Yo, what's up, Jim Bob? How you doing? Hold on, I'm getting set up real quick. Doing a space shuttle today. Alright, I have the live stream titling and description set up, so hold on, let me check something. Are you guys hearing anything on the stream? Guys, and remember, I just also wrote in the description, you, comments are read, responded to, and anything that you suggest and contribute is considered. If you want to do something, we can do it, or we can talk about it. So the main aim for today is a space shuttle. That's what we're going to try to build and get up into orbit. I might consider doing a payload as well, and then if there's time after that, we'll do stuff, maybe whatever the audience suggests. Now, so far, my live streams haven't been getting more than like a handful of people, but I hope with more and more time that'll continue to increase. I realize I haven't been very active on the stream or on my channel very lately, and so I figured I'd pick up the pace and start putting stuff out. Alright, let me share the link real quick. I have somebody that I told about the stream, and I might as well give it to them. I told about the stream, and I might as well give it to them. I told about the stream, and I might as well give it to them. Wait, what? Alright, so I'm gonna get into the game. I have my phone going with the stream so that I can see comments. I'm not going to interact with the computer because I have the game set up in full screen. That's how I get the best recordings. And so what I'm going to do is just use the phone to read comments. Okay, we're set up. So we'll start off by naming this. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're actually going to change this over to the other editor so that we can test the aerodynamics of this thing. Because that's essential. We need to do that first. Because if it can't fly to begin with, then it's not even going to work well. What we could do is we give it some boosters to help it get off the ground. And then it's going to be a glider. Because I want this to be true to the original space shuttle. And I think the original space shuttle was a glider. I did have onboard fuel, but that was only for in orbit. I used hypergolic fuels. I think monomethyl hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. Some really nasty stuff that you don't want to get on yourself, basically. Stuff that could give you cancer and eat your flesh away to the bone. So, where would the engine mount be? It should be in here, right? There it is. Okay. Now, what I've seen some people do up here, it's pretty clever, is actually let's add an RCS tank. That way we have some fuel to damn it. There we go, and that gives us a little bit of space to put the stuff on. Alright, it's actually starting to come together. I'm just working on the fuselage and the engines right now. Of course, we go with the vector engines. So, actually, there we go. And if you use absolute, that lets you rotate it lets you rotate it to the absolute space, so like up, down, left, right, versus if it's local, it binds to the part. So let me try with these. Nope, they'll splay out. Okay, so I have to use a different way of placing them. I might have to place them on individually. So I'll do, there you go, 1, 2, 1, 2, there it goes. I'll take, actually these bottom ones I can use symmetry mode, and you can either click that node or you can press R. That toggles it as well. Another thing, you want toggle snap on for most of your stuff. Some of the finer details can be done. If you press C, it goes to a circle. You want it a hexagon, it just toggles between those two. I'm just kind of going over some of the basic controls for anyone who hasn't seen this game yet. So what we'll do is, because these two nodes are symmetrical to each other in the mirror, you can press Alt and oh, nope. Should. Alright. It's not letting me, so I'll have to do individual. Because technically those three nodes are supposed to be like a radial symmetry, like you see here, where I can set 3. And that's not what we want. We want these to be able to angle upwards, and there's a reason for that. So we'll start just using absolute. We'll angle these, say about 30 should be good. Looks to be about 30 degrees to me. I'm not quite sure what the original space shuttle's actual gimbal offset was, and I'll talk about why these are offset in a minute. There's a reason for it, and that's because actually I'll talk about it now, or not. The reason the engines have to be offset like that is because a rocket needs to push its thrust through its center of mass. And if it's straight up like that, it's carrying the fuel tank underneath. Remember, the space shuttle carries its fuel tank externally, and it drops it when it's getting into orbit, and it uses its external, or its onboard fuel to get it the rest of the way. And that fuel is a big tank of fuel. It's bigger than the orbiter itself. So and that pushes the center of mass down. The engines actually have to be positioned for that. It's all sorts of complicated finesse that has to be put into rocketry. It's all very complicated stuff. But yeah, I think we can work on airfoils. No, I'll finish those off. There we go. Switch those to white. And on the back, show those new RCS. Oh, those are tiny. No, I can't use those. I mean, those will be good at the front because that's where they'll get the most leverage. But I need more trust. So I think I'm stuck with using the thud. Oh, no. No, doesn't. No, it's a drain valve. One of the things this game could really use that it lacks is a couple more of monopropellant engines, kind of like the Puff. But the Puff's the only one it has, and Puff's kind of, look at that, it's kind of teeny. You can't do much with that. Not on its own. You can't, kind of have to spam them. Hold on, let me look up real quick how many, how the OMS, the OMS system of the space shuttle actually looked. The OMS pod, as they call it. Looking at an image now. Okay, it looks like it had two big. Each of the pods had two big puffs on it, and then four to each side. Okay. I'm also looking at the, it's part of the OMS maneuvering system on the space shuttle. Includes a bunch of thrusters up at the nose as well. It was an incredibly intricate system that worked very well. But the space shuttle was an engineer's nightmare. Very complicated. A lot of things had to be done absolutely right, and there was very little margin for error. And we crossed that margin several times. I think Discovery is the mission I'm thinking of. That was where it took off and it blew up shortly after takeoff. Alright, 4 to the sides, 3 up and down. Got it. I know how to do this. I just need to look at the nose real quick. Alright. 3 up, 3 forward, 2 to each side. Or I could do 4. Use a couple of those small ones. Okay. I have an idea how to do this. So that's about right. Let me look at some of these. So it really just has one like that on each side. And those are the engines that'll actually fire separately. So we'll put those in another stage. Are there any monopropellant tanks that are this shape? That would be another thing that would be cool. That would make space shuttles very easy to make. You're just kind of left with roundies and donuts. And of course the one that integrates, like, oh, I guess that kind of makes up for it. This will give us a little extra fuel for these then. Not much, but it might be enough to do a little bit of work. And these have a huge gimbal range that you'll see later. Alright, I'll actually angle these up. Oh, the whole orbiter's kind of angled wrong right now. Don't like that. There we go. Angle these up like 15 degrees. At 30. Nah, we'll do 15. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this entirely using monopropellant as the form of rotating in space. I don't want to use reaction wheels because that's cheating. And what reaction wheels do is they allow you to just use electric charge to rotate the spacecraft when it's in orbit. They actually apply a lot more maneuvering capability than real spacecraft really have. So let's put a tail on it. Okay. Trying to find that wing strake. There it is. Use that. Delta wing. That's not aligned properly, but that's okay. Put those even with the fuselage for now. We'll change that in a minute, but you'll see. Okay. So we look at, if you use these, it's our center of mass, center of thrust, center of lift. Center of lift for this whole thing, whether this is empty or not, or these are empty or not, needs to be behind that, including when they're full, and I think that's where we'll have more issue. That's not such an issue in space, it's an issue when we come back into the atmosphere. So we're gonna take these and move these back. I think when it's all full, I think that's good. They're just about on top of each other. But remember, we also have to, well, for one, we have to drop these down because they need to be not quite flush with the bottom, but close to it. That's how the real shuttle was. Okay, it's really starting to come together. Now we just add some control surfaces. So the ailerons and elevators. Okay, that looks the part for sure. Go ahead and save that. Let's add our landing gear. Oh, actually, yeah, since we have this little bit of fuel, this thing might be able to take off on its own. So I'm starting to get ready to fly this thing, I'm not gonna lie. Let's go ahead and use medium. Medium landing gear. We use big ones for the back. Those have to be behind center of lift, or center of mass. Otherwise this thing will roll over on its butt. And the engines will certainly not appreciate that. And just to give this thing a little bit of extra structural rigidity, because I have a tendency of landing gear and wings popping off if I make a landing, is put some struts on the underneath right there to kind of support the wing. And then put maybe like one towards the back. It doesn't have to be much, just kind of like that. Oh, yeah, one more thing. So we have these engines, obviously. The last thing we need to do is we take one more peek at the ohms. It's 4 to the sides, 3 up and down, 2 towards the back. Okay, I got it. Just like so. This one a little bit closer. There's line up. It's close. Actually, if I remember correctly, they're kind of close to the edge. Wait, it's not where it should go. There we go. We should give those a little bit more space like that. Do the same for the ones on the top. Which makes it look a little bit more proper. Yeah, that's good. Let's cut these out just a little bit more. She's not quite to scale for the real thing, but I think it's close enough that it'll do. And of course, that one will go there. 2 on either side of it. Wait, yep, the nose is 3 like that. Then 3 facing up. Just like so. God, the camera in this game fights me a little bit. There. And let me actually straighten those out. Do that with all of these. Is that something? Yeah, that's close enough. There, I like that. Oh, let's move this one down just a teeny bit. So I just pressed C. Oh, it's not even aligned. Let's fix that. There we go. It's close. Cooperate with me. I press C, aren't I? Yep, there we go. And then it's 2 on either side plus a couple small ones. Close are they? Pretty close. And I'm going to assume there's a couple on the underside as well. See if there's a picture of that real quick. Oh, it also has a teeny one. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay. I was lied to by my senses. So these ones actually point downwards. That's really cool. And it makes sense because you don't want to put ohms pods or ohms thrusters on the underside because when you re-enter, those will get burned off. And you might have a huge issue if you do that because they might end up burning all the way back to your fuel source, which is not ideal because that might blow up. Now to point these downwards. How do those look? Oh, I think they're fine. Alright, put the small ones in real quick. And a couple of the bigger ones. Pull this guy out. Yo! We'll do some alignment right here. this one actually goes towards the front. Don't worry guys, we will fly this in just a minute. Alright, I think we are ready to go. Let's check our fuel levels real quick. There's plenty of monopropellant. Alright, let's do this. So, because we don't have SAS, this thing may not be stable with the engines in flight. Not in this configuration. So, almost. Oh. I mucked up the landing gear apparently. Oh, I didn't catch that. I was adjusting everything. I said we move these back just a little bit. Yeah, I think those look about right. They look very like they're at an aggressive angle, but for the job they're actually supposed to do when they're used properly, that looks to be about right, because the fuel tank does stick up a little bit above the orbiter. Alright, enough about that. Let's fly the damn thing. Oh. Just as I predicted. Alright. So for now, since we don't actually have the fuel tank attached, we can go ahead and point these straight and we'll fly it for a little bit under its own engine power. It does have a little bit of fuel, but oh, is this thing crooked? Are you kidding me? Did you really? Did you go sideways? Did you go leftways on me? You did, didn't it? That right there. That's bugging me. I have to redo this. Alright, whatever bias or angle those were just snapped at was really getting on my OCD. I couldn't bear it. That looks a lot better. Alright, let's try not to flip this. Easy. Oh. We neglected to check our staging. Oh, she flies. She doesn't look like she flies well. Come on, stabilize. Maybe some of the elements. Since we're spraying this stuff anyways, apparently. Oh. Well. Maybe. No. Hey. Hey, at least we survived. Okay. So it's better than the last one. Let's try this one more time. I think what it's going to end up being is where everything is just isn't going to sit well with the way this wants to fly. No. So I want to gain altitude. And we're going to do a flare, kind of a simulated landing over the ocean with the gear up, just to test its on-landing maneuverability, and to kind of gauge what kind of speeds we want to be at. Let's see how this thing flies just using SAS. It actually flies pretty well without it too. Alright, as long as we keep about 120 meters a second. Nope, she's very flippy. We're we're gonna have to change that. So what that means, let's check the center of mass and center of lift. This is empty. Yeah, we can actually push those wings further back. And you saw there wasn't really a lot of fuel in there at all. It was, but a mere minute of burning at very low thrust. So we're gonna push these wings back. That'll actually help with the landing gear issue as well. Alright, we'll see how that does. She glides well. So it glides well. It's stable in forward flight. It's just at high attack, it doesn't. Oh, I just saw you comment, AS1161. How you doing? We are building a space shuttle today, KSP. If you'd like to leave a comment, like I'm taking suggestions here. Tell me what to do. Well, first order of business is we're testing this guy out, making sure it flies. Flies well. Plenty of monopropellant. I think if I use SAS, I can almost. Yeah, these things don't. They don't have much thrust, but when we're in orbit, those things will be more than enough thrust. Wait. But at least we survived. Again. I think we overstabilized it now. Let me see where the center of lift is. The mass drained. Well, this is the mass that we're looking to drain. That might be, you know, a little bit much. So we'll push these forward just a little bit again. Oh, there we go. Try this one more time. I'm hoping it's not too late that no one's gonna join, because I see one person besides myself is watching the stream, so maybe as we progress, more people will join. Alright, that was a pretty decent little flare that it had there, and it recovered. Just following a ballistic trajectory here, I'm not putting any control input in. Turn the engines off. Good roll. Okay. So it's a little bit laggy. Alright. This is it, guys. Now I could have done this the hard way, and the proper way, and used like an airplane to piggyback this thing. Oh, she gets good glide there towards the end too. Can really bleed off speed before we touch down. So right around 50 we touch down. I think we should be good. We lost the nose cone, but that's alright because we landed in water. Everything, I mean, let me see, did we lose anything? Nope. Forgot how to bring up the menu that tells you what all went wrong. Oh, there we go, it's F3. Nose cone was the only thing that broke. Alright, so that's the orbiter done. Now it's time to actually build it into the proper space shuttle. Uh-oh. That is canted a little bit. We don't like that. Start the gear, retract it. Okay. Nope. Don't do that. Now we have to add, oh, it's under coupling, right? Yeah, there it is. So this is we attach the fuel tank. So we do it now. We'll do it further up. Now we'll do the big orange ET, as they called it, external tank. Now we'll use one bigger than that. So it turns out they weren't the tanks that they used with the space shuttle. Oh, that's smaller. The tanks they used with the space shuttle weren't painted at all. The insulation they used, when it oxidized, it would turn orange. It started out like a creamy white, and it just faded to orange as it got oxygen. Where are the big tanks? Come on. Well, that's them, but I can't make it orange. I want orange, damn it. It's too small. Alright, we'll run with this one for now. It looks to be about proportional anyways. Let's do that. Do we actually... No. Is there a shorter one? This gets on my nerves. It really does. Do I have to use an aerodynamic piece? Can I make that? No. It's even bigger. Not quite. God, there's so many sizes and they are. Definitely not. Oh, and they're teasing me. You can make... Well, there we go. Problem solved. Alright, I think... Let's stage this stuff properly. I think we can fit... No. One more fuel tank under there. Snag the nose cone. There. That really looks the part. I say I do it me a proud. Looks it. Top needs to rotate. There we go. Alright. Now what we need to do is add the fuel duct. So we start, when you're using fuel ducts, you want to start by clicking on whatever your fuel source is going to be, and then leading it to whatever you're feeding it to. So in this case, we're feeding it to the orbiter so that it can power its engines. And when that's empty, or when we're on a suborbital trajectory where we can use the ohms to get the rest of the way, we ditch it. And then lastly, we use a couple of solid rocket boosters. Which I believe those look too small. There we go. There's my space shuttle boosters. Oh, that lines up just right too. Wait a minute, didn't the space shuttle have its engines right about flush? I'm looking up a pic. Actually no, that's actually just about right. Double check. Alright, the fuel tank on the bottom could sit a little bit higher if we want to make it look the part. I'm just sneaking a peek at some pictures. Alright, so the fuel tank itself actually kind of terminates right. No, we can use this. Yeah, it's about where it terminates. So there's boosters. No, actually we do want those on a separate. Also let us not be uncivilized and forget nose cones on these. Actually, do we want to use parachutes? Nah, we're just gonna let them fall to their doom. 'Cause I'm not really gonna recover them anyways. In real life they did, but there's no point to it in this game. They're cheap enough. It's just a solid rocket booster in this game. So we'll put a nose cone on. Oh, how about something that's actually the right size? Do I have to go with these? No. Okay, I'm kind of at a loss here. What size do I have to use? Is it these? No. Are they telling me I have to put a round fuel tank on? Or what pairs with those? Like, I'm genuinely confused right now. What pairs with those? What gets on the top? What rounds the top of those out? Do I have to? Do I really have to use? I'll do it. Fine. These are fuel tanks, but they don't fit. They're not right. I could cheat a little bit and use those to. It's tempting. I'm tempted to put fuel in those and add more ducts right there to add more fuel to the fuel tank as it's in flight. We'll worry about that later. We'll see how it works without it. We'll just use these structurally for now, and later on, maybe that's something we could do if we're lifting a very heavy payload, and the extra fuel's going to help us get there. Alright, that's very much looking the part. So these fire, and when these fire, we want the launch clamps to let go. Put those on now. Uh-oh. These are really mounted. We don't want that. There we go. Alright. Put those there. And for good luck, let us add a couple of struts at the top too. I think these actually might end up being necessary. No. So you actually, when you're using the vehicle assembly building, you actually have to face like the bottom or the front of whatever vehicle you're using to the north. So you look out, that's to the east. That's where the launch pad is. So you have to point it that way, because otherwise symmetry mode isn't going to work properly and you'll have that twisting that you just saw. That's good. And I do the same thing for these. Just need one. That's good. Alright. Well, actually, you know what? There. One last thing we're gonna do is add some separatrons. I think those are on our engines. It's a very small solid rocket booster that you can use to help these get away from your space shuttle. Actually, we don't want to put them that way because they might hit the wings. So what we want to do is we put them this way. And where they're positioned at that angle is gonna blow them down and try to rotate them out of the way. Right, now we can face this back north. Let's check our staging. We want those to fire with these. Okay, that looks right. All right, so this is oh wait, I almost forgot one of the most crucial elements to all this. That is to make sure we point those engines at the center of thrust or center of mass. And now looking at it, look at how steep that actually has to go. So yeah. God, these are all independent. Wow. Yeah, those look proper. Alright. Let's are they a little too steep? Can we get away with that? Yeah, I don't want to get away with that. Let's try it like this first. Hi, Mr. Zenith FB. Nice to see you on stream. How you doing? What? Even with the engines pointed that steep. Oh, I think it's because the engines are pointed that steep that she's flippy. Anyways, regardless of the engines making the thing flippy, we also have a problem with the thing falling apart on the launch pad, which is not ideal. So we need to rectify that immediately. Don't tell me those things are wrong. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Let's make sure these launch clamps are set properly. Mirror, excellent. Save. And launch. So the reason I put the launch clamps to the side like that is that the space shuttle is going to start sliding forward as it takes off. Alright, so this time we don't have any reaction wheels. But what we do have is RCS thrusters, and SAS still makes the pilot act like a auto stabilizer. Is not as ideal as having some sort of reaction system or control system, but the pilot can still do something to stabilize the craft automatically. So it's not just going to follow its own aerodynamics. Alright, we're ready to go. Okay, that was sketchy as hell. Something about our staging's off. Oh, I think I set those launch clamps wrong because I just repositioned them. So they need to be in the next stage. Alright, we fixed it. And so far it's looking pretty good. It wants to fly up. It's not flipping too bad from the get-go, and the Werner, or these vector engines, have a lot of authority. Alright, let's do it. 3, 2, 1. What just happened? I could have sworn I just put those on the right stage. Yeah. Oh, something about it broke. Alright, let's see here. Maybe what we can do is put the launch clamps on here as well. Question mark? Those are clear of the wings as long as it's climbing. Alright. Let's try like this. Yeah. Let's do that. Alright, so when you're getting to orbit, what you want to do initially is basically fly straight up, but very quickly you want to start pitching over in a slow arc so that by the time I think the Kraken's playing with me today. More struts. You know what's awesome about this? Because I'm recording this, and because it's going to be up on YouTube, I can download it for myself later and edit this into some awesome snippets for episodes and stuff. So, yeah, I'm actually having funny, stupid, explodey things happen is actually beneficial to us in the future. And maybe there's not a lot of people on stream right now, but I could have sworn I said it. Oh, I know exactly what happened. I forgot to twist it the other way so that it would... Yeah, that. Let's try this again. Camera, would you cooperate with me, please? Okay. Take 2. Hello? And we'll just double up on that. You know, to be safe. Because safety. Okay. And just while we're at it. Why don't we redo these as well, so that they're positioned nicely. I think the other ones, let's do those as well real quick. Alright. I think that's everything strutted. You know what, just because this seems to be a theme here of things that are not physically strutted down, actually disconnecting on us. Why don't we go ahead and strut the tail fin as well towards the back? That way, that way we can make sure that doesn't come off, because we kind of need that. Oh, we forgot to point it back north. Oh well. Or east, sorry. See, I'm trying to do this realistic, because the way it did it is it had its belly towards the east when it launched in real life. Yeah. I think maybe it's trying to tell me something. Alright. Is that good? You think that's good, guys? You think that's enough? You think so? Because I don't know. I don't think so. Put struts in between here, because these things have been coming off, it seems. Nope, can't do. Pardon me? Did it? Okay. I was about to say, did it disappear into the void or something? Alright, for now we're gonna leave this as is, but it's apparent that there seems to be some sort of a problem here with these popping off, and I don't like that. Let's try repositioning these, maybe? Alright, no, that's not on the seam anymore, so maybe that's gonna work better. Alright, point it the right way again, and take 7? Oh. Take 7? Question mark? Did I do my staging right? Oh. Is it that heavy? Is it really that heavy? I'm fixing to try to strut the actual... You know what, I think we might be able to do this from the underside, like so. If we do that like that, maybe that'll be enough. I don't understand why it's falling apart. The launch clamps used to be super strong. Are they not strong anymore? Did they nerf the launch clamps? Or is it because I'm streaming now that... Alright. So it's leaning forward, and I do not like that. Alright, it's stable-ish. So already we're... trying to do the roll maneuver here. It apparently wants to torque to the right. No? Alright, so when you're going up, you kind of want to start going close to 45 by the time you get to about 10 kilometers. Because on most craft, it varies, but on most craft, that's when you're starting to get up the most speed, the most acceleration. See, we're already getting a red up here. This thing is very stable. I'm very satisfied. No! So, I guess we need more Separatrons then. We just fudged up. That's it, guys. Well, I mean, okay. This might be salvageable. If we can get ourselves pointed at retrograde, we can slow down enough. Perhaps? That they can re-enter through the atmosphere, deploy their parachutes. Nah, I'm not going to waste the time and do all that. We need more Separatrons, apparently. Those SRBs did not want to get clear. Say 2 more should do the trick. And, yep, those are on the right group. Alright, take 2. Oh, take 9? Nah, I don't think we're going to count tanks anymore. We'll say this is take 2 of this configuration then. And it still holds. Going a little bit too steep to start, but I'm gonna say it's okay for right now because before it really had no issue getting right up. So we can actually let this thing go on at 45 already. Oh, come on. They don't want to separate. I don't like that. Maybe if we angle them more? Because I don't want to use a crap ton of Separatrons to separate these SRBs. If I just use a few of them intelligently, maybe it'll work. Are you kidding me? those are good. Alright. Take a look at how long I've been streaming. A little over an hour. I say if we can get this thing to orbit, we'll end the stream. Because I don't want to be up for 3 hours streaming necessarily. If we can get it to orbit, we'll have achieved our goal. And this thing gets fast quick. Yeah, it does not. Oh yeah, that's plenty high. Now we can use the ohms. Get ourselves pointed the direction we want to. And we're in space. This is looking like it's a good opportunity to get into orbit. It's looking promising. And I also feel like when we actually have a payload, this thing will be very stable. It does not like to resist roll. Alright. Or it very much struggles to resist rolling. I feel like that's gonna be a little bit mitigated once we ditch the fuel tank. Oh, monopropellant for days. Alright, let's once we cruise to our maximum altitude, we'll perform our circularization. We'll use some of the remaining fuel in the fuel tank and get a near circular orbit, just enough so that the other side of the orbit dips below the atmosphere, and then we'll ditch this and use the onboard engines to do the rest of the work. Oh, we actually have some leftover fuel here that we can use as well. As we get to 160 kilometer, or 136 kilometer, 160 kilometers. Yeah, I was right the first time. 160 kilometers. I don't know why my brain was fudging that up. Once we get there, we'll be at our apogee, and that's when we burn. I say we just point it at the horizon already. Kind of have to point it below. I'm just kind of doing this real time because it's short enough window that we can wait it out in real time, I feel. And it gives you a sense of the scale that these things happen at. Time warp really messes with your perception of how long these things actually happen. So, contributing to stability with both the ohms system activated and providing thrust from the engines, we're going to try to circularize a little bit. Looking at my velocity right now, we're at about 700 meters per second shy of our orbital velocity. That gives us a little bit of, we have a lot of room to play with these fuel tanks. So I think the fuel tank, the way it's set up now, is plenty of fuel to get heavy loads into orbit. Alright, that's us. Now we're gonna ditch the external tank. Yeah, plenty of room to work with. Separate ourselves from it. Rotate. Let's get a glance at it. It's pretty cool. Oh, wait. Oh, we're in an orbit, so that did the trick. We just, overcooked it as far as the engine power goes, and we rotated ourselves to oblivion. So yeah, this thing is definitely capable, and I'm quite proud of it. It works. It's probably got plenty of capacity to lift stuff into space. We have all that extra fuel left over when we ditched it. Now to try to land the thing. So we'll wait for ourselves to get on the other side of the planet. I'll go ahead and use time warp now. I didn't aim for a very perfect circular orbit. I can do them. It's a little bit easy to do in a little bit more typical configuration of a rocket. But I could probably certainly make it work with this. So what we're going to do now to deorbit ourselves is we point retrograde, which is this like 3-fin radially symmetric with a cross in the middle, and that's what you're going to point out. And then fire the engine. There's so much fuel, so much thrust. I mean, I'm barely firing those engines at all. It's actually kind of perfect. Want to come down. We want to come down actually like 10 kilometers above the ocean. Like our trajectory, I mean. Above the ocean. About 20, 30, 40, 50 miles away from the Kerbal Space Center. That way when we actually come into the atmosphere, we'll be using the atmosphere to slow down enough that we'll actually land at the KSC. Alright. Coming into the atmosphere now. We'll dump some of our fuel here. It looks like the planet's rotated out of the way for a bit, so we'll actually raise our apoapsis more. So we'll come up higher over that landmass. There we go. Now with stability assist, we'll just set it to regular stability assist, not point at prograde. Alright, I say that's good. So I'll quick save that. Turn RCS off. We're hitting the atmosphere now. Maybe point it. Point the right way. Yeah, don't do that. Don't spin out of control. Oh yeah, that messed us up. Alright, that's cool. We just killed all that fuel, which is exactly what we want anyways. More or less dumping this fuel, because as we get into the atmosphere, it's gonna definitely slow us down faster than we can accelerate using the fuel. So this is actually kind of realistic to do. They would actually dump it on the space shuttle, and it would burn up in the atmosphere. But the reason you want to do that is because the fuel that I'm using right now, if it were on the real space shuttle, would be extremely toxic and hazardous. Particularly so in its concentrated form in the spacecraft. I mean, you need heavy hazmat suits and stuff just to get near the space shuttle afterwards if it were full of fuel. And they use spacecraft today that are very similar in that kind of fuel that they use. And there's like the Air Force has some experimental... What exploded? No! Okay, that's not kosher. Ah! Are we unstable somehow? Yeah, so we have some sort of a problem with stability. Is it when most of the monopropellant is gone? Well, that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, it's so... It wants to point backwards really bad. Let me go ahead and turn all the stability augmentation off. It's those engines, isn't it? Those engines at the back. Oh, man. Okay, let's not spin ourselves to death. Okay, I could almost fly this thing backwards. Yeah, what the hell? Should I move the wings back just a little bit more? Just for reference, a space shuttle is not supposed to do that when it falls through the atmosphere. Or just to clarify, it's not supposed to do that. Yeah, it's flippy still. Damn. Oh, we just ruined it, didn't we? Can I? But at least they survived. This bugs me. This seems wrong. It really does. I guess we'll just move the wings back then. Not much, just a little bit. But we got it into orbit. That's what matters. But that's not going to make me happy. So for the last order of business, we're not going to send this thing into orbit. We're going to send it straight up and try to land again. Because that gives us opportunity to test out a few things regarding the aerodynamics. Because that's really where this thing's struggling on re-entry. So it shouldn't flip like that at all. So we'll more or less just let the SRBs carry us. And I want to be uprange from the KSC. So that we can practice an approach. A lot better. Alright, so now we're going to do something out of the list of emergency procedures that the space shuttle could do. There was something called a return to launch site, RTLS, which was an emergency procedure that involved the space shuttle basically turning around and doing the a giant e-brake turn coming back to the launch site. Which, for such a thing to happen, they never did it, but it was one of the proposed ways that they could abort from an unsuccessful mission or when something went wrong. It was just, it's so unrealistic for it to actually work. Right? Oh no, we did lose one of our elevators, didn't we? Oh crap. This is not an ideal approach. I may have fudged this up. Oh man, the G-forces. Alright, ditch it. Point prograde. Come on, get there. No. Jesus. This thing isn't going to be stable, is it? It so wants to just... And it's in a flat spot. Awesome. That's just wonderful. Point your nose down. Oh my god. There's no recovering this, is there? It wants to go ass first. I don't understand. Why would it want to go ass first? Let's move those wings a little bit more, because that's all I can think to do. It really is. I'm not making those engines any lighter. I can't. Those are the right engines to use for this. Let's try this one more time. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna call it a night. And if it does work, I'm gonna call it a night. But it's gonna be the last flight. That's what I meant to say. I don't know. It's getting late, and I'm not quite. Getting a little bit tired. All right, moment of truth. Yeah. Let's put those launch clamps somewhere else. How's that? Put them at the wingtips. Is that a thing we could do? No. There we go. Let's do 2 for good measure. That way, collection. How about 3? I like 3. That way they will actually push it away. Okay. I think this should be good? Question mark? And I lied, I guess, because I said if it doesn't work, I was going to be the last flight and I was going to call it, but it didn't fly, so that's the caveat. Well, not really. It left the ground, but it didn't fly. It lost a wing. And I wasn't okay with that. I wasn't about to let that happen. give us more altitude from the get-go. I'm gonna launch it kind of like I would trying to get in orbit. I'll turn around halfway through. Start rolling it back. Successful separation, alright. Get this thing pointed the right way. Oh, that's a lot of slowing down to do. That's alright, we have, looks like plenty of slow downage with these. I just have to point it more up this time so that we actually... No, that's actually where we got more altitude this time around. So that we can actually fall towards it. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the stability is good, because I really want to land this. I really do. And actually, now that I think about it, I forgot one little detail. The parachute. There's a parachute that deploys behind the tail when it touches down to help it slow down. Okay, this thing can actually lift itself pretty well. And this gives us an opportunity to get going pretty fast. I would say, yeah, let's just burn it the rest of the way. So there's a very slow down so that we don't hit our fuel tank. Alright, so it might be more stable? Yes. No? Oh, it's so close. Come on. You can do it. You can do it, baby. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh my god, no. It still wants to fly back. It's so frustrating, man. One more. We're gonna try one more. It's so close. It wants to. It wants to fly straight. It just doesn't. Alright, fingers crossed that's enough. I think we don't need to try to turn around as aggressively as we did before we separated the SRBs, because that could have ended badly. What? Why the... We need more launch clamps. Alright, let's put 2 more on. Why not? Please, let this... Gee, that's a lot of launch clamps. Let this be enough, please. Still, yeah. We need more supporting the tank, I think. Or we just need more struts down here. Okay. Let's try a couple more here. Perfect. So we really shouldn't need any more launch clamps. We have plenty. Alright, I'm kind of sketched out because I feel like I might hit that one. Oh, I forgot to rotate it. Damn it. That's alright, we have to do a roll program and get used to doing that anyways. So you guys, if you're watching, feel free to comment. Oh, man. This is surprisingly tedious, the little things like this. I wasn't expecting to have this much trouble today with the launch clamps. Alright, I think if we put them there, we'll be golden. Fingers crossed, this is the one. Again, I forgot to rotate it. My god, man, it's about bedtime for me, guys. I realize I've been doing some of these streams kind of late. It's just I've got stuff going on during the days, and please don't break on me. Oh, come on. I forgot to check my staging again. It's alright, this gives us an opportunity to straighten it out. Like that. I'll put this one up higher. Why not? It's uncomfortably high. I don't like it. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. Can I strut to these? Is that a thing I can do? Cause I can. Okay. Alright, moment of truth. I'm hoping the fact that I strutted these is going to be enough. Because it tipping over like that is just not cool. The launch clamps used to be so strong. And of course it's separated. It's held probably by like, oh, it's held by those struts. I think I'm just going to strut the rest of them too, because if those struts can hold that much weight, I might actually opt to use even fewer launch clamps then. Because we don't need all those launch clamps if we can avoid them. Right. No, I'm just gonna, doesn't matter which way it is, as long as it's symmetrical in the right direction. Yeah. Alright. Fingers crossed this is the one. Please. Please, I've been doing this for an hour and a half now, maybe. Yeah, a little over an hour and a half. Oh, I did have a few minutes of setup, but you get what I mean. Alright. It holds. Yes! We just start with a regular launch profile and then turn around and do an RTS or RTLS. Will be good. Maybe pitch a little bit higher. That's quite low. Excellent. I think we're actually gonna make it to space. Yeah, it's... We took such a steep approach. Oh man, I can imagine we're gonna be coming in quite fast. Hopefully we don't overheat. It's a very steep re-entry. Hopefully we can do it slow enough that is. Looks to be about the right trajectory. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and ditch that tank. What? Can we keep it? There's a re-entry heating. Come on, please be enough. Be stable. I think we can just... Oh my god, it's still... Oh. So actually, once we're out of fuel and everything, it might just be stable. You have to keep it above a certain speed, obviously, but it shouldn't be too bad. It's actually not get the gear down quite so quick. No. Alright. I feel like what we should do is, for this particular launch, I'm going to go ahead and drain this. And drain these. So we don't need those. Just for right now. Now there's a little bit of monopropellant in the actual cockpit, but it's not much. And that'll be a good little bit of emergency fuel that we might be able to use if we need. Still very stable, not much good. I feel like this is going to be it. So now that we've moved that fuel out of there, that would normally get used up in orbit. I think we'll be okay. And we'll shoot a little bit shallower now because that was quite steep. Excellent, we're getting reentry, or exit heating, I guess you could call it, which is indicative that we'll be, if we return with the same speed, we'll perfect separation. Alright, this is where we do this act of God of a maneuver. Nope, they hit each other, that's cool. See, those, I don't mind destroying themselves, but as for destroying me, yeah, we can't have that. You know what? I think no, I don't think we're quite gonna make it to space this time, but we'll be quite up there in the atmosphere. I don't want that fuel tank to hit us, so it'll slow down faster than we will. No, let's not flip out of control, so I'm supposed to have that active. Kind of close, doing its own S-curve of sorts. It looks to be relatively stable, to be honest. Like, it S-curves well. It gets itself at the speed that it needs to be at. Alright, that was the rest of our fuel. Excellent. Let's try to get this thing stable, which it should be any moment now. We're still pretty high up, so the atmosphere might be behaving a little bit differently. It still seems to want a flat spin, naturally. Like, it really doesn't want to have anything to do with its prograde direction. For some reason, it's spinning around it. Oh, no. Did we lose something? There's something uneven about the craft. No, now it's flying good, it seems. Alright, it's good velocity, decent altitude. This might be it. I'll go ahead F5 that so that we can yeah, I like this. Just pull up a little bit more so we keep increasing speed. It's very finicky. I mean, that's the closest we've come. It's 11 o'clock. You think we should do one more? I think we might be able to get away with one. So, what the hell was the point of putting these struts in then if it wasn't going to support the wing? I know what we can do. Did that do it? It seems to be really only struts that like to misbehave with the symmetry mode. God, please let this one be it. Please don't make the wings come off. Actually, just because. Actually, what we can probably do. Change these authority limiters a bit. Move this back. And if we've done everything right, that should be it. Praying that it is. Because I've been doing this for almost 2 hours now. I would like this to land and for us to be done with it. still going up way too much. Oh, I guess we could come in from the east. Starting to look stable. Spoke too soon. That's frustrating. Wish I could iron out that instability. Try to move the wings back plenty. If I do any more, they'll just end up not having the response they'll need. Coming in at quite the angle. Hopefully I'll have enough speed before the turn that I can both turn and land. I'm trying to come down as steep as possible on the final approach. Give ourselves some more speed. I'll open the gear late. Maybe not that late. Yeah, dude, what the hell? This thing does not. We'll pull the big wings back just a little bit more, and then we'll call it. like how it's stable enough like this that I can actually fly it through some of the atmosphere with the tank attached. Okay, seems to be. As soon as I try to say it's stable, it does this. Yeah, what the hell? It's like right at the upper atmosphere. Like just around 10 kilometers, just flat spins, regardless of what I try to do. What's that last little bit of fuel? So I'm actually going to fly without SAS now. I'm just going to trim it. It really slows down too. That's part of the problem. I get the feeling I'm not going to be able to pull out of this dive. Yeah, because it starts stalling. So we have a stability issue and we have a lack of lift issue. Okay. Alright, I think I know a trick we can do. This will help us move the center of lift forward a little bit. Might help with our stability. I want to bring these forward just a little bit as well. No, it's not these. Try all the delta wings are at the same angle. What we want is one of these That might be it. Is that a bigger one? Yeah, I don't see anything else. Or no, you know what? Probably do. Oh, those hold liquid fuel. Awesome. Not that we need them to, but the fact that they can is kind of cool. Wait a minute, is this... I know exactly what we can do. So we'll move this into position, but then we'll tilt the front of them forward. Just like that. Not quite that much though. Just enough that they generate left. Or rather, they want to pull the nose up a little bit. Not by much. Just a little bit. Let's try that. God, I'm really hoping this is the last time I have to do anything. This is going to be the last thing I try too, because I'm calling it quits after this. I'll pick it up again another time. Or I'll do it in my free time, and the next time we'll build a payload. Either way, this is it. I feel like I'm not going to try to do anything V. I don't think we're going to take it up as high as we have been, because that takes time. I think what we'll do here is we'll get to like 10 kilometers and flip around. Yeah, we just... Alright. Crap, it's like we... Alright, I know what we're doing. We're just gonna launch straight up. We can come in kind of at an angle, but not quite that steep. We just need to get ourselves up a bit. I think 10 might be too high. Well, we'll just do it at like here. Go to like 5 kilometers. You really have to take this thing in at 45 degrees. It's an unsettling angle to take any aircraft in for a landing at. We just got it. No! So we're coming back from space. We really have to come down on top of the space center. Is basically what it is. That doesn't leave a lot of margin of error. Well, I guess if we do a handbrake turn that slows us down quite fast. Let's try that one more time. I feel like we've got it. We just we have to not hit so hard. There's nothing I can do. Let's try that one more time. I feel like we got it this time. I felt it out. I think we can do it. Too soon. Try it one more time. That whole launch, that whole thing was kind of messed up from the beginning. looking a lot better. It's like, it's hard not to come in too steep because I want to keep that speed, but when I start gliding, this thing, like, the space shuttle glides worse than a brick. Remember that. And I'm trying to land basically a brick on the runway. It's slightly more aerodynamic than a brick, more stable, but like its glide characteristics are about that of a brick. Alright, so we can be a little bit liberal with the angle we put ourselves out at. So we're gonna go a little bit more steep. So if we do a left-hand turn here, just take it slow. Keep it steep. See, down at 45 degrees, it's perfect. Start getting ourselves closer to falling, get some speed. So that's really what I want, speed. As long as it's like above 120, I can get the nose up, but just. I basically want to stay at constant speed right up till I flare. I can still get some acceleration right here, about 40 degrees. So start getting towards 30. Bubbles off. Ah, still getting speed. Let's try 30. See, it's that in that flare that we lose all of our speed. Slam down. And the same old song and dance. Something is wrong. Let me try straightening that wing strike out one more time. Or I could do the counterintuitive thing and make it even more aggressive. That's gonna wreak all sorts of havoc on. No, actually, as long as we come into the atmosphere with RCS enabled, we don't have to deviate from. No, that's perfect, because then what you do is you just keep it upright if you want to keep going, and you turn if you want to slow down. Because turning will take you lower into the atmosphere, but staying upright will cause you to skip off a little bit. Okay, so I'm having ideas. What I need to do is minimize the amount of lift, or the amount of pitching I do with the back. I have to generate more lift with the airfoil. So like using the control surfaces, I need to minimize that because at high attack, they function more like air brakes than they do, actual wings. Okay, that's not bad. This is the decoupler. kind of heavy turning like that, it's just slowing down in effect. Because this thing flies like a brick. So we need the speed. We actually need to come in a little bit shallower, I feel. We need to have less aggressive of a flare. Which means I might actually disable these for pitch. Just these. Nah, I need those. No. Now we're too slow. No, we're gonna slam hard. So it turns out that might actually just be causing us problems. I might do it back to going flat. I think on the space shuttle it's flat. But I still want to believe. I want to believe that this is what we need to do. I'll do 45. How's that? I really feel like we should be coming at the runway at 45. But it's like we need to flare just right. And it really is the sort of last second. Alright, it's closer to 35, but no, not yet. I was just about to put the gear out instinctively because this is like aggressive as hell and scary. Alright, flare, 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 nope. Yeah. Alright. One more go. One more. And what I mean is I'm going to put myself a little bit higher up. And I'm really going to come down at it. And then I'm going to flare that last second. And what I'm aiming for here is speed. So definitely steeper than 45, but it's 90. What am I doing? Do a little bit of a barrel roll to kill some of the speed. Under 45, alright. to close to 200. No, let's dash. I keep saying last one. We're gonna, alright, goal for the stream. We're gonna land it. It's gonna happen. It's hard, but we're pulling it off today. I'm not gonna let myself give up until I do it. Nope, we have to retry because I'm not allowed to go to bed until I learn this thing. Alright, I've said 45 this whole time and not done it, so I'm just gonna try 45. Aim right at the toe of the runway. Try flaring at 500. And there it is. I mean, it's not perfect, but yeah, and a parachute would be really handy. You know what? I feel like we can do this better. I'm gonna challenge myself a little extra tonight, and I'm gonna put the parachute in, and we'll land this thing proper. In fact, you know what? I feel like it's so easy to get into space with this thing, because it's so overpowered already, that we're just gonna take it into space. And I don't know, you know what? We'll put a little bit of a space station into orbit. How's that? It's not gonna take long at all, either. So first things first, we need that parachute. We might. Alright. Perfect. Set action 1, 2. Toggle these. You know what would be an amazing feature for squad to do? For you to be able to set these and then also press, like, I would be able to press 1 right now, and they would open and close. So that you can test everything out. You know what? Don't they do static tests of things, of like rockets and such? They totally need to do that. Squad, if you're watching this, totally allow you to like press Z right now and fire the engines full thrust, and then it'll like simulate it consuming the fuel, and it runs out a little like 10-second clock, like an animation of them coming over and refueling it or whatever happens. Dude, that's pro game design right there. Do it. Alright, so we're not gonna put a lot in the space today. It's just gonna be yeah, there we go. It's just gonna be like a small node, or maybe a science node or whatever. Something with fuel, solar panels, and maybe something for people to be in. And a place to store electricity. So we'll start with the personnel storage. So we can go small like this. Thank you. There we go. And that's a place to sit. You know what? I know exactly what I'm going to do with this. What we're going to do with this, because that would be the floor on the right side. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to connect this to a two-part system, basically a space station that rotates. And through its rotation, it's going to establish artificial gravity. It doesn't have to be a ring, it just has to rotate around a large enough axis. So if I make it long enough in this direction, I can make it rotate. But before that, I would have to put a motorized section in the middle that stays static so you can dock to it. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so this will be the first module of it. I'm debating whether we should add any fuel to this because, yeah, we probably should so it can maneuver itself around. In fact, what we'll do is we'll have a bus at the front, or a cabin, so that you can maneuver it around. I like this cockpit because I think it offers the highest visibility. And just for the sake of attaching things in the future, what we'll do is we'll add a docking port here. Yep. Boom. It's like right here. Because this is, you do need to move it, so a little bit of fuel on board is okay. And that extra artificial gravitational force will allow things to be done, such as automatically plumbing the fuel where it needs to go. So there's benefits to doing it this way. I say we put electronics in as well, because those are kind of important. So we'll start with the battery. Yes. And then, for the sake of some realism, I feel like you would put solar panels right next to batteries. Let's not make them these huge ones because there's... Yeah, there's a docking port right there, so I'm not gonna do that. I could put them... there's docking ports here too. How, So I don't anticipate there to be any occlusion on the sides here. I'm trying to think about this like sort of engineer. You know what? I can do that because I think there's enough clearance right there that anything that's gonna dock there, it's not gonna hit those. They're always, in most directions, gonna have sunlight. If I put them in four-way like this, that's even more so. And additionally, how do these look? And it rotates, right? So if I do two of these here at the front, Those won't be in the way of any docking ports, and they'll provide electricity, because this thing has electricity on it as well. And wheel authority, that would actually be realistic and helpful here. But we'll set those really, really low, just for realism. Another thing I should do before I forget is fuel these up. And, oh yeah, thrusters. Gotta have them. How big are these? Yes, these are the ones we want. So we'll put those like so. Another set of them like so. And I think that affords us all directions of motion, because we have some... Yeah, we're golden. Alright. Anything else I might be missing? Because it's not going through heat or atmosphere, because it's enclosed in this. Yep, perfect. And so I say, how high of an orbit is the ISS? I'm gonna look that up real quick. And I'm not going to do an exact copy of the ISS, but I'm going to kind of mirror its philosophy in a sense. So we're just putting an intra-orbital spacecraft into space that'll ultimately become a node within the space station that functions as a crew quarters. So 410 kilometers, so 330 to 410. Alright, I think we can do that. Should be pretty easy. We have fuel for days anyways. Alright, yeah. It's time, guys. It's a real mission. No more simulation, no more playing around. It's time to do this for realsies. We're getting paid to do a job today. And maybe we should leave 2 Kerbals in orbit, because we do not necessarily need to have more than 2 Kerbals on the space shuttle. And the reason for that is it only takes 2 people to fly it. The other seats are just filled by engineers and scientists. Alright, here we go. Oh my god. Staging is wrong. I was wondering what that sound was. It was the Separatrons on the SRBs firing. Just in case something else goes wrong. You know what? Did I really just do that? I'm gonna try that one more time because that was unprofessional as hell. Oh, wait. There we go. Roll maneuver. Well, we did an extra roll just because. going in and Clyde orbit. Well, not really the best maneuvering, but it is what it is. So we're gonna shoot for 300. So easy to overshoot. Cruise up to 300. Kind of cheating there. Using time warp to stop the craft. That's really cool. We're actually kind of tracking the rotation of the planet right now. whoever did it. It's there. About as circular as I'll get it. Adjust our okay. Now we're in an orbit now. So what we can do now is our electric charge plenty. We can open the payload bay. I realize we don't have a Canadarm yet, but that's okay. Oh, we had the solar panels open this whole time and they survived. Alright, I'll take that as a good sign. So now, just activating those engines. Really stable. Gonna have somebody, yeah, nobody in there. Jebediah, you're our pilot. So he's gonna go ahead and get inside and pilot this thing. If I can remember how to actually fly this thing properly. Goodness. Alright. Then this is full of... Yes. Alright. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I think I know the reason why it survives. It's because it wasn't attached to the decoupler. Oh. Oh, we got so far and it wasn't worth anything. Oh, when I press 1, those are going to deploy. We'll do it after. Once we deploy it. Oh, I know exactly what happened here. What? It can't attach to it? Why can't it attach to it? Alright, I guess. What I have to do is, crap. This is not cool. It's so backwards now. Oh, this is frustrating. Alright, what we're basically gonna have to do. Let me see if I can assemble it out here. Yeah, it's just, I can't attach it any other way. Huh. Can we reroute this? Okay. There we go. Now, we can take this whole thing, flip it around so that that ladder is exposed. We can put a circular decoupler on here. No. We want a stack separator. Take away all the explosive force. Do that. We'll so rotation like so. Wait, if I do that, then we don't even need to we don't have to have anybody get out into it. Well, we want to anyway, so we're just gonna do it. Alright. So now what we need are struts. Because this thing is it will not survive this journey if we do not strut it. I wish the camera would cooperate with me sometimes. Oh my god. There, I think we accomplished our task here. Let's go ahead and close all these payload bay doors. Did I just say payload bay doors? I meant cargo bay doors, Jesus. If they were the other way around. Well, I guess we are carrying a payload to space. Bomb bay doors, perhaps? That's what I was thinking of. Alright, so we're trying to get this thing to space. Doing our roll a little bit late. So I'm trying to go for altitude here. Shoot on that same trajectory we were on before, that looked good. Oh, come on! Yeah, we kind of fudged that launch from the get-go, didn't we? I should focus on going straight up first. And there's a resonance here, I have to have it pointing straight up. Does his rope program really nice. You know what? No, I'm gonna go the other way. No, other way, other way. Fudge this one too. Damn it. I need to be more careful about how I do this. Alright, let's go. In whatever order this one ends up in, is the one we're putting it in. So this part of the video, I guess you could say, I'll teach about inclined orbits. Oh, 400. All right, we're doing 400. I wasn't paying attention. We can increase that a little bit. Whatever. Don't know why it keeps zooming so far out. It's perfect. Well, I guess we accidentally are leaving the fuel tank in orbit. Oops. So unwieldy. Alright, that's good enough. Another burn over here. Circularize. I'm gonna try to get these as perfect as possible. I'm gonna be tedious about it. Oh, yeah, let's, I guess, scramble this up a little bit. Go a few orbits in. Guys, you think this is being too tedious? Maybe. Alright. Thought maybe I would torment you guys for a little bit since it's been this long. Alright, moment of truth. Please disconnect properly. Alright, I see the next stage. Looks good. Yes. I think Bill and Bob gonna be our guys to, wait, they don't have any way to... Wait, yes I do. Can this thing orient itself at all? Oh crap, I drained it all. I forgot. Don't worry, guys. This isn't cheating. No, let's not do that right here. But instead, let's not carry ourselves away from the plane. Bob is going to go on EVA now. A little bit longer of a spacewalk. So what I have to do is transfer crew. Okay, it's a little bit tedious to do. You don't have to use fuel at all. You can use the reaction wheels. Alright, now that it's in its intended orbit, so roughly 400 kilometers, we can go back to the space shuttle, turn it retrograde, turn this off, hit F5 because that's awesome and we don't want to ruin it. To orbit around a few times. Quite gonna catch it there. Just test it with this one. Okay, yeah, it's about a good distance. So we'll wait for the daytime side of this orbit. We'll be coming down from the north. It's okay, we can actually kind of control where we come down too. Just, might actually be a lot. Oh my god, it's so sensitive. Let's see if I did it. We overshot it. So go back to the map mode. Reduce a little bit more altitude. Alright, let's try that. Nope, we're losing it. Oh my god, it's so fucking unwieldy. I almost hit F5 and made this whole thing stressful for me. So I think it's actually a good altitude. Let's not do the S-curves too early, because it looks like we're gonna overshoot, but then you can also stall right above Space Center. Really? Alright, it's just a RCS port. I guess we could use one of those. I think this might actually just be right around where we need it to be. It's fighting hard to try to get it pointed in the right direction. Oh, flat spin, come on. Yeah, this thing, we still need to work on the stability. Come on, you are out of fuel. That means you should be more stable. And you flat spin. God, it's really frustrating. You have no idea. Are you gonna take me down to, like, of course it's gonna take me as low as... Nope. God. Come on. This is gonna take me to like 5 kilometers to where that runway is just out of reach. Maybe. No. Come on. Work with me here. Nah. We'll just put our Apple axis up by a kilometer. Not quite. That was a little bit too much. Alright, I think this will be the last shot. It better be. Take it back to this better be it. Keep this on appropriate the whole time. That way it won't skip up like we just did. It's like favor the south. What blew up? Okay, we can lose a few of those. I think we nailed it. Okay, we seem to have it under control as well. Build speed. We're kind of at a weird spot because we have to turn. Oh my goodness, I've almost done an entire other hour. Wow. Alright, if we don't land this, I'm just calling it quits. Okay, I see what it's doing. Just quick saved it there. Alright, rolling to the right. Share router to do a lot of this work. You know what? I'm alright with us undershooting it. I'm not gonna accept that. Roll to the right away. Oop, maybe not so steep. Because we really undershot it there. I feel like if we maintain this, we might be able to pull it off. Oh, hi, fun case. I didn't see you this whole time. My apologies. It's been so dead that I really didn't expect anybody to comment. But yeah. You know what, I'm just gonna gung-ho it straight at the runway. I think having to come in at 45 is unrealistic. See, we're already building speed, so that's a good sign to me. I think as long as we're above like 140, one-way flare should be good. It's a late flare, but we can save it. It's really close. See, the margins on this are really stupid, unreal. Phones are like 4%. Alright. I feel like we got this. Just really need to get it. Alright, that's promising. Alright, side slips just enough. That might end up on the runway. It's not an ideal angle to be coming in at, but what are you gonna do? I already quick saved it. Guys, you know what? I'm gonna take that. Nowhere near the center line or the proper glide slope or anything, but we actually came to a stop pretty soon. And you know what? I'm gonna give that a little more go. Try to come in nicer. Alright, that's pretty good. A bit of roll to the right. Hard, but we'll do one more. We really have to touch down fast on this. more time. It's like, it's in between what we just did and what we did last. So we're trying to get some speed here at the end. It's too slow. Yep, we just stalled. I mean, the fact that it's holding up to this kind of abuse is a testament to the fact that I ironed out the whole landing issue. I think as long as I'm going slow enough when I actually touch down. Nope. God, this is so close. Alright, a couple more tries and we'll call it. Because we've touched down already, we've achieved basically the goal, but I like things to work out nicely and pretty. Maybe if we do this, that just bought us some altitude, and that gives us time to come down. Got us a little bit closer if we were going in that direction with the runway. No, just gonna stall. I mean, I could have walked away from that, I'm sure, but that's not happy days. It's a headache. Is it perhaps that I'm using these? Let's not use those for pitch to see how that works. I think that's worse. Oh, I know how we have to do this. Getting ideas. If I turn the SAS off, which is it's unsettling to think about, I can turn it off right as I'm about to touch down just to stabilize, but it helps it fly so much nicer if I trim it. Oh, we have all the speed here. That's actually... I was just about to say that wasn't half bad, but I always talk too fast. Something was off. No, it's not even close. I need to really make that turn quick. That's the path that affords me the most speed. Just, we don't really need the altitude so much. We just need to flare at the right time. Something. Not happy with that. This thing is a nightmare to fly, to be 100% honest. This looks good. Of course I mess it up. Dude, it's that angle to come in that confuses me. You don't have to turn so aggressively in the beginning. Nope. More. I just have to use the trim to do this. It's just that simple. I want to get it to touch down gently. That's all I want to do. It's already 1 o'clock. All right, we'll get this. It's practice. I think we got it this time. Gentle enough. Nah, we'll do one more. Just to prove that we got it down. So we want to be gliding basically at the very toe of it. Nope. Not since anything that happened. We can do it. I feel it. Nope, I lost too much speed that time. You know what? We're just gonna glide it with the trim. Nope. One more. That's it. Ooh. We were on center line and everything too. But do one more. That felt good. I think I got it figured out now. It's so finicky. You can put it down easy, but to do a beautiful landing, that's the hard part. Oh, too steep. I'm not even gonna follow through with that one. And one of these days, I'm gonna do a whole mission without any quick saves, or without having to use quick saves. I'll fly the whole thing successfully, first try. Right, that right there looks good. That's it. Just trying to trim the pitch right. That was actually pretty good. Alright, so if we use the trim just right, we can get this thing down pretty nicely. One more. Now just keep that. There we go. One more. This is kind of fun. Now that I kind of got it. I can do it even smoother. Not quite. It's really, you have to follow the right glide slope, the right speed, coming at the right angle. I think I'm having that turn too much is the problem. I didn't plan my approach properly. so rough. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change the amount of pitch that the middle flaps have. I'm gonna lower them a little bit. I think by default they're at like 25. Nope. I'm just gonna leave them as is and try it one more time. Because it takes too much time. Well, I mean, I can take these down a little bit too. So I think what they're doing is they're functioning too much like air brakes. Damn it. I forgot the gear. That totally would have been a nice touchdown too. I did it again. I did the exact same thing again. What the? Yeah, I don't know what just happened there. so hard to do smoothly. I mean, even coming like straight down on it, it just loses all its speed right away. Well, I'm not going to worry about landing right at the toe of it. I'm going to point right at the toe of it. I don't care if we overshoot a little bit. Just provided we have enough speed, that's not an issue. Right at 500 meters, I'm going to try to deploy the gear. But the gear also slows me down, that's why I have to deploy it as late as possible. Well, I get so focused on trying to track the right glide slope that I forget the gear. I guess that's what the pilot, or like what would basically be considered the co-pilot, but they called him the pilot. He was in control of the gear, while the commander, who's really flying the craft, he's the one who just flies it the whole way. That's really about the best you can do, and that's not great. How did I do it before, where I just got super smooth-ish? I mean, it still like dropped down, but I think this might be it. We'll get it. So we've kind of got the thing figured out now. We just have to come in at the right level. So I'll actually let it carry us this way a little bit. This way we get more speed from the dive. Come in hotter. You can set it down gently. And just like that, oh, I mean, it was really close, but got squirrely at the end. But we have it. That's it. We just have to really dive in below the landing strip. If we try to come down on top of it, we just lose all our speed. And that makes the approach here so much nicer too. No, that wasn't it. We're so close though. I can feel it. I think we need to start out like this. That's where we lose all our speed. No. Had we not gotten so squirrely, I think we would have had it. Didn't I say I was gonna enable SAS right at the last minute? I think that might be advantageous to us here. That's it. That's totally it. And I don't even think we used SAS. Alright, I want to give that one more go because that's fun. Dude, I'm so hooked on landing this thing. It's such a difficult thing to land, but it's so satisfying when you get it. Totally forgot the gear like that. Man, I guess I'm just so tired that I just keep forgetting these things. Alright, let's do this. Close. I think we flared it a little bit too aggressively. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. I can feel it. Forgetting the stupid gear. This is alright. If I keep forgetting the gear like that, I'm gonna get pissed. I remember the gear. Oh, it was so close to being smooth. It's like it's right on the cusp of what we're supposed to do. I think we're getting it though. I think. No, do it one more time. That was really close though. Like we're tracing the bull here. I'm starting to get a science down. See if I let it dive here in the beginning. Get speed. So smooth. Oh my goodness. Do you see that? It can be done. It can totally be done. Almost. I accidentally fudged because I was trimming it. I fudged up the rolling trim by accident, and I had to kind of flap the seat of my pants on it. That looks like it. Alright. I say we do one more and then we call it quits, because I think at this point I've got it down-ish enough to where if we do this another day I'll be better at it. So for now, I just want to see one really clean, really well placed glide in, right over center line, good glide slope, touchdown smooth, basically an ideal landing. It's good speed. That was when we start flaming. Let's do that with the trim. So close. One more. Gotta place it on the center line, man. Too slow. Didn't quite make the curve. I mean, we landed, but it was a rough one. I really need to get pointed at it quick. Shit. Yeah, no. I don't know what happened there. Alright, I'd say that's good enough. Yeah, that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you actually watched into this whole stream, it's been long. Did a lot of things. We put a piece of a space station in orbit. So, yeah. Anyways, thanks for watching.